Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first is a word of apology that this program, as of now, would have started about 45 minutes, 2 hours. And that was why I said, let me start with the apology. Not because we shot that, but again, some little challenges, but they're being sorted out. Thank you very much for your patience. And thank you very much for also finding time to attend this convocation lecture. As soon as the Vice Chancellor and the Minister who is giving the lecture arrives, he just came from Abuja, and that is why part of the delay was also because of that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my sister here, Professor Nancy King,
thank you, my brother,
and myself are going to be handling this instrument of power. But again, we will not take power like they take away from you people. We will make sure that it's distributed well. And we also believe that we will manage the time we have. We know people have a lot to do. But please, you will allow us to also introduce, but not call to stage until when the Vice Chancellor comes and the procession of scholars. Some of you would want to do your own decoration tomorrow, and is in the procession. Professor Nanven Gambo is here with us, the Vice Chancellor of Kalkum University. He's been here also for quite some time. You're welcome. Please, let's put our hands for Professor Gambo. Our own brother, our own teacher, Professor Joseph Erapo, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of Benue State University, is also here with us.
Reverend Father Moses Osho Adasu, University Makurdi.
Thank you very much. This university has a long name. We had here, I think she just stepped into the Rubin room, Professor Patricia Lar, who just finished serving as an acting Vice Chancellor of the Yakubu Gowon University, formerly a University of Abuja. And we also have from a sister institution, for those of you in Bauchi Road, Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria, FRIN, we have a brother here, Sunday Mailomo, who is the provost of that institution. You're welcome, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the other one we will do is for us to also welcome ourselves and put our hands together so that we welcome ourselves. Please, let's welcome ourselves. You're very much welcome here.
You're welcome.
And we will just ask, for those of you, I know you're expecting tax. And the tax that you're expecting, the senators who are robing are not up to that number, so that we don't have empty seats. If you don't mind, please just come down and let's leave the first 5 seats for the senators who are robing. Thank you very much, and we proceed.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You're once again welcome to the 35th and 36th combined convention, coupled with the 50th anniversary of University of Jos. If you know that you are 50 and above, please can you be standing so that we can celebrate you also as our prestigious university celebrates our golden jubilee, 50, 60, 70, and 80. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate them.
Let's appreciate them. 50 years is not a joke.
50 is no joke.
60 is not a joke.
60 is not a joke.
70 is not a joke.
And we can see you're full of strength, vigor, energy, enthusiasm. Indeed, you're still youthful in your years. Thank God for you, even as the University of Jos celebrates 50th golden anniversary. You're highly welcome to this memorable occasion. Round of applause to them once again. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my brother Santos extended an apology.
I know sincerely we would have been having our programs in our hands, but again, we just got the soft copy. And it's going to also be, the program is like this. Let us just read it out for you to see before it comes up on the projected screen. There is going to be a procession. Then we take an opening prayer, the national anthem, the University of Jos anthem, introduction of the dignitaries here present. When they come, we will introduce them all. And then there will be a welcome address by the Vice Chancellor of this university. And then we also take citation of the guest lecturer, which is also going to be taken by Professor Sarah Lawas. And then the convocation lecture, which we're here for, will be delivered by Dr. Bosun Tijani, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We also have the presentation of gift to the guest lecturer by the Vice Chancellor. And then we have the vote of thanks by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Rahila P. Gawan. And then again, in terms of the recession, we would also get to take the Jos anthem, the national anthem, and then the procession in reverse order. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you know that for sure, a program can only be started when we know the procession, we know the proceedings in terms of the program of activity. So please, as we allow the music department soft of the music, while we also see how the Rubin room is, and so that we see the Vice Chancellor and the Minister steps in, then we take the procession. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like we said, thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for the understanding and also for coming to this occasion. Thank you. Yeah, please, our colleagues in the ICT department, can you just present the soft copy of the program, please, so that we will all be on the same page. Yeah, you know, there are always adjustments. We just got the program, and we expect that you should also have. There are slight adjustments to the program. So what we'll do now is, instead of just sitting down before we take the procession, there is supposed to be a performance, and because of the adjustment, we're going to be choked. So we will call, if theater arts is ready, at least there are people already here. Let us again just get a feel of that performance from theater and film arts before we get to the level of the procession. So if you don't mind, we will call on theater and film arts to please come and entertain our guests. Maybe that will bring down the kind of pressure that is already on us. But again, thank you very much as we enjoy the theater performance. But the music group, you can be playing as soon as they step in. Then you just... Are we together? Thank you. Oh, they're here. Oh, they're outside. Okay, that's fine. So please, the procession, and as soon as they're stepping in, we will all be upstanding. Scholars of the university is an institution of scholars. As soon as the procession steps in, we'll be calling them one after the other, in that order. And as soon as we're done with that, then move on with the program. Thank you very much.
We, on behalf of the management of the University of Jos, welcome every graduate. We welcome parents. We welcome every alumnus of the University of Jos. It is our pleasure to here this day moderate this memorable historic occasion, one in the history of our lives. And we trust that as graduates and products of this great prestigious university, that as you're here today and you listen to the lecture, that indeed you will go out there and become a true ambassador indeed. And while we set the procession rolling, we will be reeling out the names of the senators of the University of Jos, proudly made up of seasoned professors who have in one way or the other accomplished great feats in their various disciplines. And as they roll down the aisle, they will be pleased seated towards our left here. They will be led and seated, yes, down here. Thank you very much for, yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you for working with us to have a smooth procession. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor. You're welcome, ma'am. So please, the ushers, can you just check if they're ready with the procession? Let's just go on straight, please.
The musical background is provided by students of the music department, ably led by the conductor, Professor Emmanuel Amiu. Thank you for providing the interlude for us behind the scenes. And while we wait, ladies and gentlemen, we will truly, respectfully crave your indulgence. The program will be adjusted because we just received word that the minister will have to leave us very soon. So we crave your indulgence and understanding that this will be an expedited, program of events. So we're so sorry and we apologize for that. We wait for the procession. There seems to be some form of pleasantry exchange. Some salutations are taking place behind. I don't know if we can accommodate. Sam, are we ready? Mr. Magaji, are we ready?
Are we good?
Okay.
Do we have?
Okay, so
Okay, fine.
as it was earlier announced and said, senators of the University of Jos, oh my God. Leading the procession is our amiable, the procession has not started, but we have a great dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we recognize by standing? Can we please be on our feet as we recognize the entrance of this Iroko tree, a giant, a luminary indeed. Proudly, University of Jos, a professor of professors, an academician, one who has made great strides in the field of law, a legal authority indeed, our own INEC chairman, Professor Jos Amopito. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor. Can we celebrate an icon? One who has made us proud indeed. It's an honor to have you, sir, here. Grace the 35th and 36th combined convocation alongside the 50th golden celebration of the University of Jos. On a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may please have your seats.
Please.
Thank you also for walking alongside with us. I tell you, when you have an audience who agrees with you, makes the walk very smooth. Thank you. Accompanying the INEC chairman is one of our own also, Professor Melafia, who has been appointed Prof, you're also welcome, Professor Melafia. He has been appointed the Chief Technical Advisor. I tell you, University of Jos is out there. We're global. We're global. We thank God that products are indeed excelling and representing very well.
Now is the procession. When my sister was welcoming Professor Amopitan, the procession tune wasn't supposed to have been played. But again, of course, the procession is about to flow. So the conductor plays the procession. So the music for the procession, yes, please. And like we said, once the procession steps in, we should all be upstanding to at least respect the procession for the convocation lecture. Thank you very much.
The procession is usually an academic tradition. It's a culture that ushers in, like I said, senators of the University of Jos, made up of esteemed professors, who have achieved their various pedigrees, their various disciplines, professors who have contributed to the visibility of the University of Jos, and that is why we often celebrate them once there is an academic event, because they bring light to the university. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. The procession of scholars is stepping into this hall. Yes, sir. Please. This procession is led by Mr. Solomon Anjugu. He's the registry staff, a senior registrar. And then we also have Prof. Alaku from the Education Faculty, Professor Grace Shalom, the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Professor Georgina Mwansat of the Faculty of Natural Sciences, Professor Miriam Solomon, Basic Medical Science, Professor Godfrey Danan of the Faculty of Arts, Department of Mass Comm. But this procession is led by the registry, Mr. Solomon Anjugu. Yeah, please, let's be upstanding. The procession is stepping in. Let's be upstanding.
Once again, the procession is being led by the Registrar, Senate Affairs, Mr. Solomon Anjugu. Right behind him is Professor Alaku, SPO, Faculty of Education. We also have Professor Grace Shalom. She's the Dean of the Faculty of Education. We also have Professor Georgina Mwansat, the Faculty of Natural Science. Professor Miriam Solomon, Basic Medical Science. Professor Godfrey Danan, my brother. Professor Christy Okoye,
Professor Wanshak, Nandi Wanshak, Professor Geoffrey M. Kumleng of Mathematics Department, the Dean of the Faculty of Natural Sciences, Professor John Goshit, Department of SLT, Science Lab Tech, Faculty of Natural Sciences, Professor Oshibanjo, ORD, Office of Research and Development, Dr. A.A. Erin, Linguistics and Nigerian Languages, Professor Likita Okwa, Department of Economics, Professor Stephen Songlen, Department of Physics.
We also have Professor Paveno Bami, Veterinary Medicine, the Dean of that faculty, Professor Danny McCain, Center for Conflict Management and Peace Studies. We also have Associate Professor Daniel Abubakar, representing the Vice Chancellor, Federal University, Kachia, of Applied Sciences, Kachia. You're highly welcome, sir. Thank you for joining the procession. We also have Professor Samuel Danjuma Wapera, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences. Dr. Luis Nwoklo, he's the Acting Director of the University of Jos Health Services. We also have in the procession Professor Johanna Jugu, the Dean, Management Sciences. Professor Hashimu Zachary, the Department of Microbiology. And last on the list, But of course, not the least, we have Dr. Zumbis Ozaya, the Department of Microbiology.
We also have Professor David Wanang, Stewes, Director, Professor Balaji Atta, Deputy Director of the Institute, Professor Elimo Khan, Sunday Isaiah, Special Education and Research Department, Professor James Damen, MNI, the Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, Professor Sauraid Isa Dadugun, Educational Foundations, Professor Gloria S. Karuri, Psychology Department, Professor Amata N. Ocheke, thank you very much.
We also recognize the management of the University of Jos, Principal Office of the University of Jos. You're all highly, warmly welcomed.
I also saw in the procession council members, the one representing the congregation, and we also saw Professor Jurbe, who is also a council member, and Professor Jimam, who is also a council member. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. The Unijos anthem.
Come on, a round of applause for the University of Jos. God bless our University of Jos.
With the permission of the chairman and the vice chancellor and the guests, if you don't mind, let's observe a minute silence for the departed souls of this university.
The souls of all that belong to the University of Jos, one way or the other, continue to rest with the Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, permit us to respectfully recognize and welcome the chairperson of the University of Jos 35th and 36th Combined Convocation to come and do the honors of welcoming our dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the distinguished, respectable, indeed a scholar of great standing. My mother, it's a great pride to welcome you to the podium, Professor Rahila Plagnan Gowon, DVC Academics of the University of Jos. A round of applause for her, please.
Good evening, distinguished guests. I want to recognize all of you. We do apologize for having kept you here for a very long time. In our midst, we have the university convocation lecturer, who is Dr. Posun Tijani, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. He's here with a lot of retinue of dignitaries. The chairman of the convocation lecture is one of our own who had been a regulatory supervisor with us, but a very humble man despite the height of his academic achievements. Professor Abubakar Rashid, the former executive secretary of the National Universities Commission. We have here in our midst one of our own that God has lifted up to be the INEC chairman at the moment, Professor Jos Ojo Amopiton. I welcome you all. For those that will be anchoring the program, we have to be very fast because the airport will close by 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. I will at this point invite, ladies and gentlemen, can we please be on our feet as we recognize the chief leader, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos, Professor Tanko Ishaya. We welcome the, he said,
please take your seat, please. Please sit there. Our distinguished convocation lecturer, a great alumnus of this university, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, the chairman of this occasion, Professor Rashid, our own Professor Joash Ojo Amopitan, the former Vice Chancellor, Professor Edward Babala Ibafwe, principal officers, the members of council that are here present, the representatives of all the various institutions that are here present, the deans and directors, heads of departments, members of staff, great students. Permit me to once again be very specific to request the Honorable Ministers that although we had a 1 minute silence for all the staff that have and students that have died, we had a very tragic moment yesterday where we lost 8 students of ours through an accident. So let me request specifically that we observe a minute silence in honor of these particular students. Thank you. May the souls of our students who have just departed and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in perfect peace. You may take your seat, please. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have to be a bit fast. Time is not on our side, so I'll be very brief. We are pleased to have the Honorable Minister accept to come and be the convocation lecturer today. I want to thank everybody for being here. If we have time, I will take and recognize one after another. But because we don't have time, permit me at this point, without any waste of time, to invite the the chairman of this convocation, Baba Rashid, to come and declare this occasion open, and thereby invite the person that is going to read this abridged citation of the convocation lecturer, and also invite the convocation lecturer for the lecturer to commence. Gentlemen, we would have had a lot to share, but due to time, we just have to abridge the whole program. Thank you very much. Chairman, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to join the University of Jos community on this auspicious occasion of its convocation lecture. I thank my friend and brother, Professor Ishaya Tanko, the Vice Chancellor, for inviting me to chair today's event. Professor Tanko is himself a shining representative of the University of Jos tradition, an accomplished scholar of computer science who began his intellectual journey on this campus before proceeding to the UK for further studies and rising to global prominence in the field of computing. I also thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Rahila Gawan, who mounted adequate pressure on me to ensure that I attend today's event. Honorable Minister, sir, today's convocation lecture speaks profoundly to the moment in which our nation finds itself. The theme, building a prosperous Nigeria, academic institutions and the architecture of a technology-powered society, is both timely and compelling. It challenges us to confront a fundamental truth that in the 21st century, no nation can aspire to prosperity without embedding technology, innovation, and digital capabilities at the very heart of its development strategy. And no country can build such an architecture without strong universities. It is therefore fitting that the lecture will be delivered by someone who personifies the transformative potential of both academia and innovation. That is Dr. Bosun Tijani, Nigeria's Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. As will be made clear from his short citation that will be read, Dr. Tijani is not only one of the most successful and forward-looking ministers of the current era, he is also a proud alumnus of the University of Jos. His journey from Jos to the United Kingdom for higher education and to a distinguished entrepreneurial career, and now to Minister of Communications, reflects the power of universities to shape minds and ignite possibilities. His leadership in driving Nigeria's modern digital agenda has shown that when vision meets competence, our country can indeed compete globally. The theme before us invites sober reflection. Nations that have built thriving digital economies did so because their universities became ecosystems of creativity. Nigeria has the talent. Institutions like the University of Jos have the desire, have the intellectual innovation, intellectual capital. Talented entrepreneurs and intellectuals like Bosun Tijani have the desire to chip in. What remains is for us to strengthen the bridges between knowledge and industry, between learning and problem solving, and between academic inquiry and national development. As we gather here today, at a time when our country is searching for pathways to inclusive growth, this lecture will challenge universities to step forward, not as passive observers, but as catalytic institutions that equip young Nigerians to think critically, to innovate, to compete, and to create prosperity. As a former Vice Chancellor and a former Pro-Chancellor and a former Executive Secretary of National Universities Commission, I'm sufficiently aware of the urgent need to bridge the digital divide across universities in Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged to have here and now a lecturer whose work is already shaping Nigeria's digital destiny. I therefore invite you to listen with keen attention
Dr. Bosun Tijani is recognized as one of the Time 100 AI 2025 awardees for his leadership role in advancing AI globally. Dr. Bosun Tijani serves as the Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. An accomplished entrepreneur and business leader, Dr. Tijani is a pioneer in the African startup ecosystem and has been instrumental in driving innovation and fostering the growth of tech startups across the continent. He is the co-founder and former CEO of Co-Creation Hub, the leading Pan-African technology and innovation center with presence in Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, and Namibia. Founded in 2010, CC Hub has played a pivotal role in nurturing startups through mentorship programs, funding initiatives, and access to essential resources. Under his leadership, CC Hub became a vital catalyst for the African tech ecosystem, promoting collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the development of groundbreaking solutions to local and global challenges. Dr. Tijani's visionary leadership, passion for technology, and commitment to fostering a thriving startup ecosystem have made him a respected figure in the African tech communities. His dedication to creating opportunities and driving innovation continues to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs in Nigeria and beyond. Prior to CC Hub, he led the networking and coordination of leading innovation agencies across Europe as European Innovation Manager at PERA, with the aim of standardizing the varying methodologies for commercializing research results. He had also previously worked at the International Trade Center in Geneva, Switzerland, overseeing the design and implementation of technical support programs geared towards enlightening and assisting exporters in sub-Saharan Africa in maximizing the use of information and communication technologies for export marketing. Dr. Tijani is an exemplary scholar who holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Jos. A round of applause. A master's degree in information systems and management from Warwick University, and a doctorate degree in innovation and economic development from the University of Leicester. He's also an adjunct professor at the Wits School of Governance, South Africa. His PhD research focused on contributing to a better understanding of how the network perspective to innovation capacity serves as a contextually relevant framework for explaining the adoption and adaptation of innovation in developing countries, and offers an alternative path to how African countries can effectively organize to strengthen their innovation ecosystems. He was a member of the UK Advisory Committee on Digital Access Africa, a committee member for the Nigerian Economic Summit Group on Science and Technology, and a member of the Expert Advisory Group to the European Commission on mainstreaming technology and innovation in the relationship between Europe and Africa. Dr. Tijani is the Vice Chair of the International Telecommunication Union ITU Council and co-chair of the ITU Submarine Cable Advisory Body, reflecting his commitment to strengthening global digital infrastructure. He's a member of the Board of Trustees of the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, UNITA, and the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, Digital Innovation Board for the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance for Digital Development. Dr. Tijani is a Desmond Tutu Fellow and a Fellow of the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law at the prestigious Stanford University. He's happily married with 3 children. Chairman, sir, Vice Chancellor, I present this afternoon a distinguished Nigerian, the finest in Nigeria, and also an alumnus of the prestigious University of Jos, Dr. Bosun Tijani.
Thank you. The Pro-Chancellor, Senator Folashade Grace Bent, the very special chairman of the occasion, Professor Abubakar Rashid, the Vice Chancellor and members of management of the University of Jos and members of council, our INEC National Chairman, Professor Josh Ojo Amopiton, all visiting vice chancellors in the room. I think I spotted someone I recognize in the room. Good to see you. Former vice chancellors, all head of tertiary institutions present, members of the University of Jos Senate, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, and of course, great Josite. Great Josite. It is a profound honor for me to stand before you today, not only as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but of course, as an alumnus of this great institution. And before I proceed, of course, I would like to particularly express my condolences
for the lives lost just yesterday. This university, as you can imagine, shaped me significantly, not once, but twice. First, as a diploma student of computer science, I was fortunate to be amongst the first set of students at the brand new computer center at the campus on Bauchi Road. And later, as an undergraduate in economics. I was privileged when I was coming in to see Professor Melafia, so that was extremely exciting experience for me. I'm not sure where he is. Good to see you, sir. A round of applause for him. The convergence of those two disciplines, which you may classify as computation and economic thinking, is perhaps what I consider to be what brings us together today on the topic that I've proposed, to reflect on how societies build prosperity in an age shaped so deeply by technology. But not just that. I think this university is actually the reason why I also have the privilege of becoming the Minister of the Federal Republic. Because I always say to people, it is very difficult to find a technical minister to head a technology ministry with also a background in economics. Because the technology world tends to imagine that technology is just about hard technology. But the reality, as you will see in this lecture, is that technology is actually about economics. Now, this lecture also coincides with the Golden Jubilee of the university, makes the moment even more meaningful. 50 years is not merely a celebration of longevity. It is an invitation to ask a deeper question. And that question that I'm proposing is, what kind of future should the next 50 years produce for Nigeria? And what role must our universities, and particularly University of Jos, play in shaping that 50 years? And I would like to begin where universities are most comfortable, and that's with a theory. And I got my first exposure to that theory, of course, in this university. Professor Melafia will be familiar with this. Economists have long sought to explain why some societies grow richer while others struggle. And one of the most enduring frameworks that we tend to use, depending on where you sit, some are more towards this, but this is my leaning, is the Cobb-Douglas production function. Yeah, if you're in economics, you probably recognize that. And Cobb-Douglas production function is largely expressed as something that we called Y equals A multiplied by K and L, of course, which of course I can explain. And for those who don't understand, simply what that means is that Y represents total economic output of any nation. So in simple terms, for those who understand GDP, the aggregation of all the goods and services and economic activities that is produced in a society, that's what Y represents. YK, on the other hand, is what we refer to as capital. So if you think of production function, what goes into our ability to be able to produce good? And L on the other side is labor. But you spotted that in that equation, I started with A, which is multiplied by K raised to the power of alpha and held to beta. But A represents something that we oftentimes don't want to talk about when we talk about GDP, which is technology and innovation, and more complex will be technical efficiency. What this formula teaches us is something that is profoundly important. And if you don't understand it, it's difficult to actually see a society that will move forward. A society can add more workers and invest in more capital, but without improvement in A, which is technology and knowledge, growth will remain limited and fragile. And I can give you a practical example that you can relate with. As a minister, I'm also a farmer. In Nigeria, the average yield of a 1 hectare farm of maize is 2.5 tons. That's what you're likely to get, the average yield in Nigeria. But in Brazil today, Brazil is saying 10 to 12 tons per hectare of maize. And the difference is not in GMO. The difference is in the application of technical efficiency. Because today, Brazil now uses advanced technology to determine exactly where they put the seed. And based on that technology, which uses connectivity, they can also determine exactly where the fertilizer needs to go. When it's time to apply herbicide, Brazil uses a technology that allows sensors to determine weed. And the sensor will then send the information to a machine that will dispense the herbicide directly on the weed. And the implication of that is that Brazil is able to save 95% of the cost of herbicide just because they've used technology. Our climate is quite similar, so it's not because of climate, it's not because of GMO seeds, it's because Brazil is choosing to apply technology. And you can see the same in Nigeria. If you have two farmers in Jos, they both have 1 hectare of land. One chooses to use tractor and machinery, and the other chooses to use cutlass and hoes. I don't need to explain for you to understand which one will most likely perform better. Technology, therefore, is not an accessory to prosperity. It is its multiplier. And that's what is proposed in that Cobb-Douglas production function. That for you to have superior output, you need to multiply your labor and capital input by applying technical efficiency to get much more from what you're proposing. And this is why nations that invest in science, research, innovation, and skills consistently outperform those that rely solely on natural resources or demographic advantages. A good example is Nigeria. The average age in Nigeria is 16.9. We have people, about 60% of our people are under the age of 30, which means we have a strong workforce. But that doesn't make us more competitive than countries with fewer people. And it is why universities sit at the very heart of any serious conversation about national prosperity. So until we start to take academic institutions seriously, we start to understand that the prosperity that we all seek in Nigeria is actually impossible. However, technology does not advance society automatically. Nations must organize deliberately to appropriate technology. Broadly, I'll talk about 3 ways in which societies can do this. But one thing I'd also like to talk about, if you're questioning this insight that I'm sharing, if you look at the top 10 countries in the world that are rated for science and technology, the academic community should understand it. There's a global rating for science and technology. If you then look at top 10 countries that are rated in terms of GDP, it's almost identical. Because you can't grow your economy superiorly without science and technology. So there's no magic there. Science is important for how these changes happen in society. So for me to share broadly the 3 ways I believe that society tend to appropriate technology, I'll speak to the first one, which is largely what we refer to as adoption. This involves importing technologies that are developed elsewhere. So things like machinery, for instance, software, industrial systems, using them locally. We don't make them, but we use them. I think a good example is probably the microphone that I'm holding or the television. These are technologies that we do not make, but we import them and we use them. So society can appropriate technology by intensely importing technology. But the second option is adaptation. Here, society take imported technologies and modify them, technology and science, to suit their local conditions. You know, conditions that may include things like climate, culture, scale, cost, and also context as well. If you're able to do this, you also start to see improvement in your ability to use technology. For those who follow, you can remember there was a time where China was known to be the king of copycat because they import technology, they adapt it, they bring the cost down, they make sure the technology is suitable for their context, and they're able to apply it. And the third option is through creation. This I consider to be the highest stage. When a country develops its own technology, you also have the opportunity to export them globally as well. And this can help you also shape international standards. I think this third one, the easiest way in which you can relate with it is through a popular company that we all know, which is called MTN. MTN is a South African company, but they've imported their solution all over the world. In fact, they are the largest in Nigeria. When countries do that, you give yourself the opportunity to bring back returns to your country, thereby improving your GDP. And I want you to consider two instructive examples. I think let's look at China. I started talking about China. China began its modern journey largely as an adopter. They used to import from the West, importing manufacturing techniques, but also industrial know-how as well. China then moved deliberately into adaptation. That's when they started doing copycat, and their systems were considered to be less superior. They started localizing and improving upon this knowledge and the technologies. And today, China is firmly in the creation phase. In fact, they're leading in areas such as advanced manufacturing, renewable energy technologies. Most of the solar panels that we see are now from China. Electric vehicles, some of the best electric vehicle companies in the world are Chinese companies. But also in telecommunication equipment, and now in artificial intelligence as well. Another one perhaps that we can all relate with is Malaysia. Malaysia was one of those countries that didn't used to appear on the list of top exporter of palm oil. Palm oil, Nigeria used to be a major player in palm oil, and we used to export a lot of it decades ago. But today, Malaysia decided to invest heavily in research, university-industry collaboration, and continuous innovation. And they are now one of the world's leading palm oil exporters. While Nigeria, regrettably, we lost our leadership, not because the crop itself changed, but because the knowledge system was weakened. The lesson is clear. Technology appropriation is not accidental. It is institutional. This brings us naturally to the role of academic institutions. Universities are not merely places of instruction, which some can be. They are national infrastructure for intelligence. They perform, in my opinion, at least 5 critical functions in a technology-powered society. And the first one is in knowledge creation, expanding the frontier of what a society knows. This is important, even if you want to apply technology. The second is in human capital formation, training the minds that will power industries and institutions. The third is in research and development by turning ideas into usable solutions. While the fourth is in social interpretation of technology, understanding ethical, cultural, and economic implications as well. This is extremely critical for the governance side of innovation. And I think you may also add to this list one more thing where universities also actually do produce innovation through spin-out. And in the West, this is a source of income generation for a number of universities. And I'd like to make it clear here, where I think this department I saw when we were coming in, that theater art is here, right? Nigeria, actually, for a long time, the best people in theater arts in Nigeria came from University of Jos. The best people. For a long time, when the entertainment sector, the modern entertainment sector started, a good portion of those who drove the development of what we have as the entertainment sector in Nigeria came from these departments and this university. So that's to tell us that universities are not just places where you teach talent. They're places where ideas are formed and societies, of course, are shaped. And I can state clearly that no nation has transitioned successfully from adoption to creation without universities playing a central and intentional role. You can look at academic publications in the world and you see where Chinese universities are. So China did not become a major manufacturing powerhouse just because they invested in innovation. It started from the academic institution. In fact, if you studied in the UK or in the US in the last 20 years, nearly 50% of your class will be Chinese students. The Chinese government intentionally sent their people all over the world to learn, to participate, and research as well. Many Chinese PhD students. Where universities are weak, nations stagnate. And this is a fact. And I'm not talking just about hard science. Even when we talk about things like corruption, politics, social sciences shape society as well. I'm in government today, and I can tell you authoritatively that there are only 3 sources of ideas into government in Nigeria. One is through the government itself, civil servant. And the recruitment system for civil servants are not the best. We know that. Not necessarily the best people in the country are there. The best people want to go to the private sector. The second source is through multilateral organizations, development organizations, UNDP, and the likes of this one. And the third and the most strongest in Nigeria is actually the private sector. So when the businessmen need to make and women need to make their money, they influence policies in Abuja. So the bulk of the policies you see are influenced by them. But there's a missing middle, which is quite strong in every developed country in the world. And that's academic institutions and academic research. If you go to the UK, when government formulate policies, there are research departments and think tanks within universities that will produce parallel papers on the policy that government is produced to justify based on evidence whether that policy is good for society or not. University is the only environment where peer review is important. All the other places I've mentioned to you, it's just an expert that writes the reports, and whoever the director is approved, and that's it. It's only in the university environment that before your ideas can be considered to be worth listening to, you must pass it through some peer review. And this is why universities are important, and that role cannot be taken away. Digital technologies in particular, even as I start to go to something that is home for me, provides us a very vivid contemporary illustration, something that is new, related. Digital transformation is not merely a technical exercise, it is deeply social, economic, and political. It is. Because a lot of what we use in digital technologies today, imagine for those, I think there are so many people that are old enough here that did not have internet or artificial intelligence when you were in the university. But today you can imagine now internet and AI is shaping the academic world. So the conversation is not in the creation of the technology. There's deep research and understanding that needs to come from the academic community on how artificial intelligence will change the future of learning. Is it going to become acceptable or not? Today, we all carry our phones. As I'm speaking, there are so many people on their phones. But the reality is the phone you carry has much more capabilities than what you think you're doing on it. The implication of how society will manage that has to be based on knowledge, not just myself as a minister deciding what is good or bad for society. It has to be researched. There has to be insight that is coming from the academic community. If you follow the news, Australia became the first country to ban kids under 16 from social media. That was based on years of research and understanding of the implication of young people being carried away and buried on their phones and speaking to strangers online and consuming content that their parents are not aware of. Decisions like that should never be taken without the academic environment actually helping to understand what is good and bad. Digital technologies reshapes how government function, how businesses operate or compete, and how citizens engage, and how identities are formed. You all know that you have NIN. Is there anyone in the room without NIN? Nobody. That's digital identity. All your details, your biometrics is now stored by the government. The university environment has a role to play in what that data is being used for and how it's being managed, and the future and evolution of that data set. This is why digital public infrastructure, things like digital literacy, cybersecurity, innovation ecosystem, and digital governance cannot be addressed by engineers alone. If you leave it to the technologies, Mark Zuckerberg, who created Instagram, it's just an engineer who wanted to create a product for people to consume. He's not a social scientist. It is not his job to determine what is good or bad for society. I remember when I was finishing from University of Jos, I think there was no Facebook then. So it's difficult for me to actually keep track with a lot of my mates that I finished with. But that's not going to be the case today for students when they leave, because they're connected with everybody already, and their connection will be with them forever. As good as that is, it has implications for society. And it's only the academic setting that can actually help society understand that. Technology requires economists, sociologists, legal scholars, ethicists, and policy thinkers to help society understand how to appropriate them. Universities are uniquely positioned to help society make sense of technology, not just deploy it. They help ensure that innovation serves the people, not the other way around. As Nigeria looks towards the ambition that the president is set for us to build a $1 trillion economy, artificial intelligence, for instance, will be a defining factor. AI is the new A in that equation that I described earlier, the Cobb-Douglas production function. AI is now the A in that equation. And it's a powerful multiplier of productivity. You know, I gave the example in agriculture, how artificial intelligence is helping Brazil do 5 or 6 more of what we're doing in Nigeria, which means our farmers will not be able to sell because people can now import maize from Brazil. But you can see the same thing in healthcare. You can see it in education. I think we're already seeing, when I was in school, the libraries were limited, so we didn't have much. We had to rely on the handouts that we received to do many things. But today, these folks can write essays in 2 seconds. Yeah? There may be issues with whether AI is perfect yet or not, but they can write essays in 2 seconds. Artificial intelligence, even if they don't use it to write, can give them a guide on how to structure their essay. So it's not just the plagiarism that we're looking at. You know, a student that knows how to use AI can use AI to write something that is deeply accepted. In fact, the reality is that anyone that is not using AI for academic work today is silly. Honestly. Because artificial intelligence is an aggregation of all the documented knowledge on any topic in the world. So it is smarter than you or your lecturer or your professor. That's the reality. However, it is not perfect yet. But if you use it smartly, it can expose insight that you can then build on. That's where it's not helpful to use it to write your essay. But it can guide you into structure, into when I did my PhD, they would tell us that the biggest thing was what's that in, Dr. Ajala? Theoretical review, or what did they used to call it? Literature review. That was where you spend the whole of your time. You did a lot of literature review, you stumble upon something, you fall away from it, you come back. AI can help to point you in that direction. A few years ago, it wasn't perfect, but it's getting stronger as we document site. So this is now the powerful tool that is also shaping manufacturing, governance, and creative industries. You've seen AI is now being used to produce videos. You can produce music with AI, which makes it even more effective. But effective AI adoption requires careful national preparation, especially in 5 areas where academic institutions must lead. The first one is inclusive research and data representation. AI systems must understand Nigeria's reality, our languages, our culture, industry, social structures, and universities must lead the research into inclusive data sets and contextual intelligence. When I talk to people about AI, we see the West and consider them to be leading because they have the resources for the compute. But the reality is it's much more than just the compute. France is known to have been researching this topic for years, close to 50 or more years. The issue of machine learning is what academic institutions globally have been investing in. So for Nigeria to be able to do good with it, we need our academic institution to participate in understanding it. Academic institution can also help understand low compute innovation because, artificial intelligence is based on the processing power. That's why we talk about GPU, which is extremely expensive. But universities can help us research how to build models that doesn't require high-end computing infrastructure. Academic institutions in Nigeria should help to research trust, safety, and guardrails, AI governance, ethics, and safety. They are not just optional. We have to protect ourselves from it. And universities must anchor evidence-based frameworks for trust, accountability, and responsible use. Academic institutions, of course, should help with talent development as we get experts, yes, but also policy thinkers, ethicists, economics, and social scientists who understand AI's broader implications. Academic institutions must also help with global leadership. We're too big a country not to participate in AI. Over 240 million people. We're adding 5 more million every year. We're projected to reach 500 million in another 20 years' time. That is large numbers, and AI is based on numbers. So Nigeria must not be a passive rule taker in global AI governance. Our universities must help position Nigeria as thoughtful contributors and leaders from the global south. As an alumnus of this university, I say this with both pride and challenge. The University of Jos must not merely observe Nigeria's future. It must help to architect the future. Our universities must align their research, teaching, and partnerships with national imperatives of prosperity. They must ask not only what is publishable, but also what is transformative. Our universities must align their research. It is therefore with great pleasure today, because I've challenged the university and I don't want to just make it a challenge. So it is with great pleasure today and great pressure from the VC as well that I'm happy to announce that the federal government of Nigeria, through the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, will establish and support. Are you ready for this? A National Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence at the University of Jos. And I have to tell you, this is the first of its kind in Nigeria. The center will serve as a hub for advanced research, talent development, policy engagement, and innovation, contributing directly to Nigeria's technological and economic future. And this is not a future promise. The procurement process is done, which means there's a contractor that is ready to be deployed to the university by January to start the process. But also, the National Director for AI and Robotics in Nigeria, Dr. Bumi Ajala, who is also here, is also an alumnus of the University of Jos. And through the unit that is responsible for, we've also started conversation for a training arrangement with universities in Denmark, actually with AI clusters in Denmark, so group of university, and also AI clusters in Norway to work directly with University of Jos to strengthen research in this area. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, graduates of University of Jos, Nigeria's future will not be built by chance. We can only build it through knowledge, courage, and deliberate organization. And as you can see, I've proposed a first step into making University of Jos the reference for artificial intelligence in West Africa and probably Africa, not just West Africa. Particularly for the students, as you step into the world today, I want you to remember that prosperity is not inherited, it is designed. I came to this university, I lived in the Abuja hostel. I finished from this university. I did my service. The day I finished my service, 2 days after, I got the opportunity to leave Nigeria. I was the president of ISEC on this campus. I'm sure you all know ISEC. Yeah? I was the president. Probably the strongest president ISEC has had, I have to say that. Because I used to bring a lot of foreign students for internship in Jos. Jos was not the most attractive. They all wanted to go to Lagos, maybe Port Harcourt. So what I did was my brother used to live in this city before the crisis. So he had a business. So I cajoled him to take 2 interns to work for him. So I took those ones to other companies in Jos to show them that we have batteries here, looking for internships. And of course, more companies offered to take internships. That experience and this university gave me the opportunity that led me to the path that I am today. Right from here, of course, I went to, for my own internship at the United Nations, working specifically for International Trade Center and Hewlett-Packard. This is not in my speech, but I'm hoping that if there are graduating students or any student in this room, you believe that so much is possible from where you are. It may not be perfect, but what will shape your future is your ability to consider yourself as a solution provider, a problem solver. That was what I did. And to the entire university community, may the next 50 years of this great university help design a Nigeria that works for all. Thank you all, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for the guest lecturer. Please, let's put our hands together. For the guest lecturer, thank you very much. Guest lecturer.
With the kind permission of the Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, can we give 2 thunderous Bosa? Bosa! Bosa!
Thank you very
so
much.
sir.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that enlightening lecture. And foremostly, we want to say on behalf of the University of Jos, thank you so much, sir, for your kindness towards us.
The Vice Chancellor, sir.
Vice Chancellor, sir.
The chairman of this occasion, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you are proud to be a Josite, say, I am. I've not heard you. The minister heard you. Thank you very much. Because we said we don't have much time, we would have said a lot. Before we understand there's a gift for the convocation lecturer, to say that I'm happy that he has made time despite his tight schedule. I think he came back from a trip yesterday or so, and today he is here. And yesterday during the press briefing, I said the minister has given us a center, but I'm happy that it actually came out of his mouth today. So thank you very much. We can't thank you enough. But I think that one thing I want you to go home with, we are proud of you. We are proud of you as a great Josite. And I can assure you that that center that you have set up, you'll be proud of UniJos. Thank you very much. On this note, I want, on behalf of the entire university community, I'm sure you remember Naraguta, it's not said, so that we just have a snapshot. The Naraguta leather works, they are still doing it. I'm sure you are very. Okay. Thank you very much. The other one, can you? No, there's this. That's the. So you can see these are some of the units made, and this is specifically for UniJos at 50. Honorable Minister, you know, the band that are playing there are actually our students of music. When you left here, there was no department of music. And now, that is what we have. Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister, before we allow you to leave, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, but please sit. Just a minute before the minister will allow the minister to leave because of the flight that he has to obviously catch now. But let me, there is a gift for the chairman of this occasion, the convocation lecture, but let me invite our own Professor Joash Ojoa Amopitan to say a word. I know that Professor Jos was actually built to be somewhere very, very important. And I know 100% of us here today, if we have that opportunity, we will not miss that opportunity. But he decided he needed to be here. Professor Amo Peter. And him to say a word, and thereafter have the privilege of delivering a gift to the chairman of this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor, for this opportunity. I'm happy to be here again. And let me say, I deliberately refuse to rope. You know that you have a new Deputy Vice Chancellor administration. Your Excellency, the Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. One person combining these three very important roles, and that one person is a Josite, an alumnus of this great university. Permit me to say that he's a ruler of Federal Republic of Nigeria. With due respect to the president. When you combine it, it's a hybrid. It's like the government on its own. So we thank the government for entrusting the Josite with this very great responsibility. And you have been doing your job excellently well. There is no better choice for this lecture than our guest lecturer. Do you agree with that? So we don't need to vote on that. And honestly speaking, we are very proud of what you are doing. When I heard that you were going to be the guest lecturer, I said I was not going to eat anything. Professor Milafia will confirm that I didn't eat anything. Because I know you are also going to take us to the platform of Ibuka, where everybody can eat as we are seated. And that is exactly what you have done. Your lecture is not just an appetizer, but it's a very fine meal, very delicious, that has been well comprehended and digested, and that has even given birth to something concrete that will be seen. Something that from January, we'll begin to see a different structure. And I know the physical that you see, the unseen, will even be valuable and greater than what you are bringing. So I want to join the Vice Chancellor in thanking you and in congratulating you. And also to congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the management team, in fact, the Pro-Chancellor, who is not here, council members and management team of the University of Jos, and also Senate members, as well as students of this great university. University of Jos is the best university to attend in Nigeria. Mr. Minister, remember when we visited you about 2 years ago, I said one good thing about University of Jos is it offers anyone studying in Nigeria a winter experience. No wonder as soon as you finished from Uni Jos, you just migrated to the UK. And when you got there, you didn't find it difficult to assimilate. So, because of our time, I want to say that the lecture he has delivered is a masterpiece. And let me just share the experience I had at one super mall in America. I went to Aldi and to buy palm oil. And when I picked it, I saw underneath, made in Malaysia, but originally from Nigeria. So today, technology, AI, has been used to turn palm oil into over 25 byproducts. But we are still struggling with the use of palm oil. So thank you very much for this opportunity to welcome every one of you and to say that I'm happy to be home. And I'm happy to also tell you I'm here with my new Chief Technical Advisor, Professor Dimis Milafia. who is one of us. And to also say that thinking of using AI for electoral purposes. So we'll be coming to see you and to also see the director. So I know the minister has to go back. So I have the pleasure, therefore, to command. There's what is known as the command of the uncommanded commander. So I have the pleasure to now invite, let me not use command now, the chairman of this occasion, our friend, our brother, Professor Abubakar Rashid. I want to thank you for the role you have played. I didn't know that you were to start your journey from University of Jos. So we are happy, despite your busy schedule. We're on the same flight from Abuja this afternoon. And you are so passionate about University of Jos. So for all your contribution, not just coming for today's program, you have contributed significantly not only to the development of this university, but also to several universities in Nigeria. And what we have, may I humbly invite you, sir, to come and receive this gift on behalf of the Governing Council, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, management, staff, and students of the University of Jos. This is a product of innovation from this university, which the minister represents. So find it in a place in your house, just to put this, so that you remember that your labor has never and will never be forgotten in this university. The Lord will continue to bless you. Thank you, and God bless you, sir. Congratulations. Okay, I am not yet done with you, Mr. Chairman. This is another gift. It's not money that is there. It's not money. So it is just a recognition, the university souvenir, so that you know that I've come for our golden anniversary celebration. The Lord will bless you. Very historic. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. May I request that we all stay back? I will just see the convocation lecturer. There are two other activities to be done. The convocation lecturer has to be on the way to the airport. The airport closes by 6.
Thank you very much, the convocation lecturer. You know things with flights. We wish you well and safe flight with your team. And as they take their leave, we would also want to get the DVC admin to also be ready for the vote of thanks. But as we also wait for the Vice Chancellor to return, we can also just get the theater and film arts guys. Are you around?
We'll invite the Vice
Theater
Chancellor.
film arts, at least so that we keep the place lively before we take the vote of thanks, and then we wait for the return of the Vice Chancellor. Okay.
Okay.
Professor Beppo, please. Quickly, just the next 5 minutes while we wait, and then not just sit without having something to. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, scholars here, for coming and also for listening to the lecture.
And please, this is to inform you to be a part of the candlelight that will be held in honor of our departed students. Immediately after this particular occasion, we will all assemble and observe that candlelight. Thank you very much.
We also want to use this opportunity for the fact that there's a breathing space to recognize the institutions that have been invited here. Their vice chancellors are also here to honor the invitation given to them. We want to also recognize Professor Namven Gambo, the vice chancellor of Kalkum. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We also want to recognize the immediate past vice chancellor of Moses Adasu University, formerly Benue State University, Professor Todd Joseph Erapo, you're welcome, and we thank you for honoring the university. We also want to recognize the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Applied Sciences, one of our own, Daniel Abubakar, who is the librarian representing the Vice Chancellor. We also want to recognize the Registrar of the College of Education, Gindri, who was also part and parcel of us in this university. Abdullahi, you're welcome, sir. We want to recognize Solomon Mualumo, who is the Provost of the Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria, FRIN. And we also want to recognize the Acting Vice Chancellor, immediate past, our own Professor Patricia Lar, who is also here with us. You're welcome. And we also want to recognize the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Annan University. For those who are accountants, thank you very much for coming. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
We also want to recognize and thank the former or the past Vice Chancellor, Professor Hayward Pierre. Thank you so much once again, sir. You're welcome. And in doing that, also we recognize our distinguished, our one and only first female registrar of the University of Jos, Dr. Rejoice Songden. It's an honor having you. Thank you. Our own Bossa too. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, sir, for being here. Our librarian, Prof. Ma, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you, Oga Phillips, Mr. Philip Obosa. We appreciate each and every one of you. Well, now, also we want to recognize the MD, the Nigerian Film Corporation, ably represented by Dr. Nnena, who is right now the acting rector for the Nigerian Film Institute. Thank you also for being here. God bless you. And to all our senators, thank you for making this quiet, enriching, and colorful. Thank you for coming out to support this.
Please, let's put our hands to our senators. This is the academic faculty of the university. Without them, there is no university. Thank you very much for coming. And please, theater arts. We also want to recognize the council members here. We have recognized them in the procession. The external members, the one representing the congregation, Dr. Gat Shamaki, who is also the alumni president. I don't know if I saw him. Okay. And then the internal members of council who are also here. We also welcome you especially.
Well, now, with a round of applause, please welcome the DVC admin, Professor Pink Charles Owuche, to come and say a vote of thanks over this. Okay. Sorry, Prof.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier on, we have lost quite a number of our students. And the students have decided that they needed to have a candle lit in honor of these students. Let me request some on this high table so that we can just go out here and help light the candle for the students. And then we come back and conclude the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also want to recognize one of our own, Barrister Lawani, who was also a student here. Lawani Damian is now the commissioner and member of Edo State House of Assembly. Lawani, you're welcome. Barrister Lawani, you're welcome. Please, as asked by the Vice Chancellor, members of the high table, you can join them in the procession, the candlelight procession, in memory and honor of those that have departed this world. Thank you very much. And please, those in charge of the lights, as soon as they come in the procession, we need the lights off for the candle procession. And for those in the music department, as soon as they're stepping in, silence, please. No, you can, as soon as they...
They're going candle procession. Pain, grief is something I'm sure we've all experienced in our life. In the course of life, we have lost loved ones, and as parents, siblings, we can connect with such pain, particularly when we have young ones, promising leaders of tomorrow, who are caught short in their prime. Suddenly, it ceases. And so I'm sure it is well honoring that the management of the University of Jos will at this occasion pause to remember these 7 that we have lost. It's quite a colossal loss, not just the University of Jos, but to the entire Plateau State and to the nation at large. And so as we pause to remember each and every one of them, we want to tell the parents, their siblings, the deans of their faculties, the heads of their departments, for them to accept our deepest condolences as we continually pray for God's evergreen peace and comfort upon the families. And while we sorrow, we still remember each and every one of them for their contributions to our lives. We light the candle in remembrance of each and every soul that they still live on. Though born too soon, snatched from this life, they're still very much with us. And as the management observes this candle lighting, may they forever live in our hearts as their departed souls faithfully find rest with the Lord. Amen. Thank you, music department. It is said that music is the food for the soul. So we thank you for feeding us, even as we observe this mournful moment. Thank you for bringing cheers to our hearts. You know, the Bible says that there's a time for everything. And while we mourn, we still celebrate the joy that we have before us. So thank you. Refreshment is going round. INEC chair said we just took the e-booker. So now we're taking the real one that will satisfy and give us physical strength. So while we wait, please enjoy the music interlude and do refresh yourselves. Thank you. Yeah, that is it. From one rhythm to the other. While we silently observe this moment, we want to thank our interpreters. Let me use this occasion to say that this is one, honestly, one discipline, one, professional exercise that I wish I knew how to communicate, non-verbally using sign language to the hearing challenged. These days we don't want to use impaired. It's a bit of a challenge, or that they have difficulties, but somehow we make them quite inclusive into our own world. So thank you, our interpreters, Madam Victoria Wapera. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you also, Madam Rachel Phillip. I saw her earlier. Where she's sitting? She's behind. All right. Thank you both very much. We appreciate you ensuring that we carry everyone along, even the hearing challenged. And we pray indeed that you will do much more beyond this. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, the conductor and the music crew, for at least keeping the session for us. The Vice Chancellor, Chairman of this occasion, and we're also here to welcome the Pro-Chancellor of this university, Senator Chris Bent. Welcome, ma. Please, a round of applause for the Pro-Chancellor of this university. She's here with us. And congratulations again once more for the screening yesterday. You're welcome, ma. Yeah, please, ushers, we can take the procession, the candlelight procession, please. Tell them we're waiting for them. They've gone? Oh, okay. Oh, they've gone. So, theater arts, please. The next 5 minutes. If I give you more than 5 minutes, just 1 more minute on it, please. Professor Bepo, that's a riot act to you, sir. 5 minutes, theater arts, let's hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to
A
them.
round of applause for this great
Thank you
drummers.
for this beautiful cultural performance.
A round of applause for these wonderful drummers. Men thought that they were the only drummers on earth. Can you see? With the synergy, the rhythm was moving in sync. Please, let's put our hands together for this wonderful, talented group. And also for the Department of Theatre and Film Arts, I guess so.
Yes, this is a personal production
That's
put
wonderful.
together by one of our former students, Lompo, Jane Lompo.
Please, a round of applause.
A round of applause for
a
her.
round of
That's
applause
her.
for her. That was
Raise
a
your
wonderful
hand.
one.
Raise your hand, Lompo. Yes. Thank you.
With the permission of the chairman of this occasion and the vice chancellor, I would just want to call on the pro-chancellor, who is also here with us, for maybe a brief remark, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the distinguished senator, Senator Grace Folashade Ben, CON, Pro-Chancellor of the University of Jos. It's an honor to have you, distinguished senator. A round of applause for her.
Thank you very much. Our dear students, it's distinguished guests here present. Um, I want to welcome us all here. I'm sure they have done all the necessary protocol. I am just coming in. I had to drive down all the way from Abuja to be part of this um, lecture. I've missed a very large chunk of it, the lecture itself, but it's better late than never. Before I give my remarks, I want to commiserate with each and every one of us on the very tragic incident of the accident that took the lives of 8 of our students. It was indeed very shocking to me, and I can only say that Jehovah knows, and He has the final say in all that we do. I want to encourage each and every one of us to take solace as Christians, as Muslims. When things like this happen, our faith must come to play, and we should hold on to the faith and I believe in God that nothing is hid before Him. May the souls of our dear students and the faithful that have departed continue to rest in peace. On this note, I want to congratulate us all, the University of Jos, the students, the staff, the management, and the council on yet another year of convocation. We're marking the 35th and 36th convocation ceremonies and our Golden Jubilee, which is called, it's a double-barreled celebration for us. But the devil wanted to steal the joy in this thing with this occurrence. We are not going to allow the devil to steal our joy. Congratulations to every one of us, the graduating students, the management, and the staff of the university. We are celebrating our Golden Jubilee. 50 years is not an ordinary feat. 50 years in the life of a man is phenomenal. And therefore, 50 years of the founding for the University of Jos is a huge celebration for us. University of Jos has produced numerous great men and women with proven track records, and men too. Don't be angry with me, I'm calling women first. Great Nigerian women, where are you? The men rule the world, as they say. We control it. Men are the head and we are the neck. So who controls the head? Turn your neck, turn your head. It's where I turn this neck to that it goes. So we give them the head. We're proud to remain the neck, isn't it? So the University of Jos, if you go into the history of Nigeria, you will see our alumni everywhere. University of Jos is indeed a great university. I am extremely proud to be the chairman and pro-chancellor of this great university. I want to congratulate the management, the vice chancellor, for the great work that he's doing, the management team, members of my council who have decided that this university must be repositioned, and God is helping us. We're doing all that is within our power to make sure that this university remains a university that will always be a reference point amongst committee of university by all standards across the world by the grace of God. On that note, I say congratulations once more to everyone, and may God grant us a most fruitful outing tomorrow, which is the D-Day. God bless you all.
Thank you. Please let's put our hands and appreciate the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Jos. And as I do that, I would also want to invite the DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor Admin, Professor Pik Onwuchi, for the vote of thanks.
The Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, and I wouldn't just like to call him Professor Rashid, I'll call him Baba Professor Rashid. You know, in Africa, we have respect for age. And then INEC chairman, who always remains our own, other members of council, and deans and directors, and all who are present here, including our wonderful great Josites. My task is very simple. It's simply to say thank you for coming. In absentia, I'd like to thank lecturer, Dr. Bosun Tijani, who delivered a very brilliant lecture. Thank you for your patience in waiting, and thank you for making this a memorable one. As you go, may the Lord take you back. We ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Straight to the point. A vote of thanks to all those here. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands again for him. Maybe a quick announcement before we take the closing remarks. There's an evening program at LEL Center. It's a convocation dinner. Please, we also expect you to please avail yourselves at the dinner. It wouldn't be wise. It wouldn't be good for food to be there and then there is no one to eat it. So please, it's the invitation of the university for the convocation dinner at LEL Center as you're heading towards Refi. With the permission of the chairman of the occasion, sir, the closing remarks. Sir. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So with the permission of the chairman of this convocation lecture, Professor Rashid, he said, thank you, and he wishes us well as we step out, and then we meet in the next in an hour's time, I guess, the dinner. Thank you very much. The anthem, the closing anthem, and then we're also going out in reverse. The last in, first out. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, you lead. After the anthem, please. please, while we still remain standing, the anthem for the procession out, the reversal procession.
Session is being led by the Vice Chancellor, University of Jos, Professor Tanko Ishaya, followed by Distinguished Senator Grace Folashade Bent, our Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, followed by the DVC ACAD, followed by DVC Admin, the Registrar, the Bossa, the Librarian, followed by INEC Chair, past Vice Chancellors, Council members, also Registrar, College of Education, Indri, all invited Vice Chancellors, in the academic robe of the University of Jos, senators, deans, directors, heads of departments, veteran professors of various faculties, departments, directorates, and units.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, parents. We look forward to seeing you celebrate your children tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Every graduate, congratulations. Congratulations to well done to every chairperson of committees, committee members for the 35th, 36th convocation. We say well done.
Members of the press.
Members of the press, thank you. Our security personnel, thank you. Thank you to everyone who has supplied one service or the other. Music department,
And thank you, Tong
thank you.